গানটা হচ্ছিল হচ্ছে একটা গল্প বলি শুনুন, একটা গল্প বলি শুনুন, একটা গল্প। দিনের ঘোড়ার রাস্তা যেমন চা খাবো।
Check. Hello. Testing. 1, 2. Hello.
आके इस समय वो आएगा तो हम रुकने दे दें।
Prashant, very senior man in the building, architect, but also বিয়ে ছিল কিন্তু আমি বিজিত দানা বিজিত Bengal.
So once my vegetable fellow, sister orders vegetable. So he was saying something. I told him, like you said, running and circular. He said, I send you my vegetable running and circular because ওটাই ভালো জায়গা আছে থাকার ওখানে সব আর্টিস্টরা থাকে वो सब नाम लेते हैं उसको सब पता है that I was quite surprised. No, it's also Suchitra's name shop. Yes,
Yeah, I'm practicing as a
And no sir, very short, everybody knows.
Hello.
আরো যাবো দেখ ঠিক আছে রাইট দেখ দেখ ওটা দেখিস না ফেসবুকে দেখিস না আচ্ছা মুভিটারে দেখছিস
most unexpected places. Sometimes in steaming bowl of nostalgia, in succulent bites of romance. And sometimes in a decadent indulgence, making inroads straight into the heart. Happiness is sitting down for an afternoon trip of tea. Double when shared. In tracing the journey from the warmest welcome to a heartfelt goodbye. In discovering your home away from home. Sometimes, like a teardrop, glistening in the eyes of a mother at her baby's first cry. Happiness is forming an unbreakable bond of love and unlocking the secrets of having more beginnings than endings. It is the pride of seeing your child graduate and achieving milestone
When I first met Gandhi,
along the continuum of life.
they were doing something at my son's school on space settlements. And I requested for them.
Happiness is creating your own path and transforming ideas from abstract to absolute.
June at AltAir Eco Center in Salt Lake. So please come. I extend my warmest invitation to all of you on behalf of the organizing committee and the patrons. And look forward. I'm sure there will be time for this.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll request our friends who are just in the pre-function area to please come. We'll start this program immediately now. Can we request our volunteers there to kindly request people to come inside? We intend to start this program now. So as promised, we were to start the program from 6:30. I think we'll be able to start before that. We're just waiting for our chairman to arrive. Apparently there was some issue at Park Circus today and he got slightly stuck there. But he's due in 5 minutes and the moment he's here, we'll start this program. Those of you who are coming now, I'll just request our volunteer friends to please guide them and make sure they are able to get their seats comfortably. So in case we have few seats here, they can be guided to sit there, huh? small housekeeping announcement. People, those, I'm sure everybody is with a mobile phone, will be very grateful if it can be either put off or put in a silent mode. Chairman sir is here. I think we can start the program. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, friends from the media, and everybody else, the students, and whole lot of architectural fraternity which is here. Thank you so much for coming. And although it seemed to be a rainy day, it seems the weather is pretty okay now. So, without delaying this further, as is very customary and auspicious, we will like to start with lighting of the lamp before we take the formal program ahead. So I'll request Chairman sir. Please come on the stage. I'll request Mr. Anjalendran, Professor Ravindran, Mr. Dulal Mukherjee, and Mr. Parthuranjan Das to please come up on the stage and do the honors. Thank you, that was nice. Gentlemen, just be on the stage. I'll just request, so Parthoda, please be on the stage. I'll just request Parthoda to please felicitate Professor Ravindran. This is a traditional welcome that we offer to all our guests. Simply. And we'll request Mr. Dulal Mukherjee to kindly felicitate Mr. Anjalendran. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Anjalendran. He's come all the way from Sri Lanka. We hope this is going to be a wonderful evening that we'll have both of them together. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, please, if you can take your seats. Thank you so much. Kindly, if the lamp can be removed, Ashishta, I'll request Mr. Ashish Charji to please come and welcome the guests.
Distinguished guests, fellow architects, students, enthusiasts, and friends from the media, and our guest speakers, Anjalendran and Professor K.T. Ravindran. It is both my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the 5th edition of the annual Charles Correa Memorial Lecture in Kolkata. But for the COVID disruption, this could have been the 7th edition. We are here to remember and pay tribute to one of the greatest architects of independent India, who was a legend in his lifetime and continues to be the guiding light even after his demise. His legacy lives on. We are here to also celebrate contemporary architecture that has at its core human-centric Korean values. Correa aimed to elevate architecture from the mundane to the sacred by scripting spatial narratives that made the user or the visitor an integral part of the man-environment amalgams that he successfully created. Charles Correa was amongst the few architects who attempted to unshackle elitism in architecture and included the common man to experience art and architecture in the public domain. What Correa started as a protagonist inspired his peers and contemporaries and unleashed a new syntax in spatial planning. Correa and Geoffrey Bawa shared similar principles. I mentioned Bawa because we have our guest lecturer, Mr. C. Anjalendran, all the way from Colombo, Sri Lanka. Several decades in formal academics accorded Professor K.T. Ravindran from Delhi, architect, urban designer, opportunities and introspection for assimilating and understanding. His concern and grasp of multiple domains is testimony to his evolution as an intellectual of very high order. He thinks that our response to culture shapes cities, the way we treat and link spaces, our definitions of privacy, etc., are cultural backgrounds that have an effect on the way we design and create our spaces. He disagrees that Indian cities are chaotic and believes that a city space is essentially the existence of multiple equilibriums active in a dynamic environment at the same time. Architect Anjalendran, the master architect and artist that he is, has managed to marry architecture with art. He is one of the first proponents in Sri Lanka who bridged the gap between the producers of art and its consumers. That was path-breaking. His architecture, woven between trees and fields, is restful and meditative. Through effective organization of space, you can create tranquility, he proposes. His minimalism is a core strength that permeates through his lifestyle. Culture is a huge part in him, and it defines his work. Anjalendran is a combination of modern minimalist tradition and the strong cultural component of Asia. He's an enlightened modernist thinker in terms of space and spatial interpretation. He often proclaims, I don't want to change the world, I want to make a few people around me happy. With that, I want to set the tone of today's evening, and I want to thank our patron and constant support that we have obtained from him, Mr. Harshvardhan Neotia, Chairman Ambuja Neotia Group, and also the team that has supported this event, led by Vijay Shankar Trivedi, Vice President Corporate Communications Ambuja Neotia, Shubhra Sarkar, and the rest of it. So I think one big round of applause for them. And I would like to now invite the Chairman Ambuja Neotia, Sri Harshvardhan Neotia, to come on stage and share his thoughts for the evening.
Thank you, Ashish. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, profuse apologies for being held up. It is truly a great honor and privilege to have amidst us two of the great architect professionals, and we have just been introduced to them by Ashish, so I'm not going to add any more other than to say very warm welcome, sir, very warm welcome to both of you. Thank you very much for taking time out and being here in Kolkata, and we are truly honored and delighted to have you with us. Architecture is not a subject that I have learnt, but somehow I had the privilege of growing up in a family that was involved, or rather patrons of, supporters of art in various forms. Mostly art as in visual art, music, literature, philosophy. I don't know how, serendipitously, I accidentally got involved with real estate construction. That was absolutely accidental. Many people think that I chose this as a business, but that was not so. I just happened to be around when my father introduced me to a friend of his who had a piece of land, and I was asked if I could help in building that. I was 22 years old. I knew nothing about architecture. So I started the project just like an entrepreneur. But in the course of building it, I came across some amazing architects. I have to acknowledge that my learning here began with Mr. Ashok Naik, architect Ashok Naik. He was the first architect that I met in that real sense, in an intimate sense, I would say. And he took me under his wings and shared over hundreds of hours various thoughts. Then many colleagues, Parthuda, Ashish included, we worked together in an organization that we set up to design some of the projects that we were working on. My friend Raja Kundu, who's now in the US. So they became influences. Then early on, I got introduced to Dulalda, to Probirda, most importantly. And Probirda became a very, very close mentor. I've got less firing from my father and more firing from Probirda. For those of you who know him, know that he had this loving temperament and at the same time a temper. And whenever I kind of did something stupid, or he thought it was stupid, there was a volley of firing that I got. But anyway, that was wonderful because what I learned at his, under his tutelage. And then a big change happened when I got the opportunity to work with Balkishan Bhai Doshi. And Balkishan Doshi ji not only was an architect to me, but he actually became like a father to me. He lived in our home whenever he visited Kolkata, and he would wake up very early in the morning and he would summon me, and there would be hundreds of hours of talk. Very, very varied, not just about the work that we were doing, but more about life. And that relationship, which started in the mid-90s, which is now about 27 years ago, almost 30 years actually, 93, 94, continues till this day. Every 3 months, 4 months, to take my dose of learning, I make my trip to Ahmedabad and spend a very 3-4 hour long afternoon with him, listening to him, absorbing him, and it's been a life transforming act. And then, of course, I got the opportunity to work with the very famous Mr. Charles Correa. And I have shared this before. It was a khatta meetha kind of a ride. Lots of fights. Fights means that I couldn't fight with him. One-way fights. But again, he brought a masterpiece to Kolkata, which I remain ever grateful for. And to see a master so closely at work was a fascinating experience. So this journey has really brought me close to architecture. I have not been taught architecture, but somehow with the influences that came around me, I feel very close. And if I had another vocation at all in my life, I would love to be an architect. Thank you very much, all of you. Many of you have been part of our journey. Many of you have worked with us in our projects. I hope that we can continue to bring interesting projects, interesting architects to the city of Kolkata, and hope that we can add a little bit to the life and to the skyline of this place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Neotia. We now start the main program comprising of 2 lectures, 45 minutes duration each, and if time permits, we'll have a short question and answer sessions. The first lecture will be delivered by Professor K.T. Ravindran. I would invite Dr. Alokananda Mukherjee to come on stage and take the honors of introducing Professor K.T. Ravindran. And thereafter, please, K.T., you could come and start your lecture.
Okay, good evening. So I've been asked to introduce a person who needs no introduction. I just have to read one page. The person who's also responsible for my being able to stand here and say 2 words confidently. A person who has been synonymous to urban design, School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi for more than 3 decades. The person has also been a long-standing collaborator of Charles Correa in various capacities and fora, both national and international. He is a member, governing council, chairman of the Architectural Heritage Advisory Committee, convener, Delhi chapter, INTAC. He is a trustee, the Madhavan Nair Foundation, Kochi. He was a member of the advisory board of the United Nations Capital Master Plan, New York. He was the consultant to the President of India, a consultant to UNESCO. He was Dean and Senior Academic Advisor, RICS School of Built Environment for 7 long years. He was founding president of the IUDI, which is Institute of Urban Designers India, the former chairman, Delhi Urban Art Commission, and has been a member of many such committees dealing with urban conservation, smart city, public open spaces, overall the sustainability and inclusivity of urban realm. His most recent work was the preparation of resilient urban design framework for low-income state housing in Tamil Nadu for the World Bank. With an experience of over 54 years, his current practice includes design of greenfield cities, cultural buildings, memorials, adaptive reuse, urban conservation. He has also been a member of Unnayan, an NGO working with the low-income communities in East Kolkata for about 2 years. He has constantly pursued sustainability, indigenous urban design, and urban conservation, championing the causes in multiple international fora and academia, and keeps inspiring us to do more for our socioeconomic continent. He is none other than Professor K.T. Ravindran. I'm still shaking from inside. Hope I could read it properly. I request him to kindly come to stage and share his insights on architect Charles Correa. Please, sir.
Is it okay, sir? Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Alokananda. Was that rather long and kind of flowery introduction? Thank you so much. I'll have to be very fast because I have just 45 minutes. And as a professor, I'm used to a captive audience, and I don't know when to stop normally. So I'll try hard to keep time. You know? Ashish, you will excuse me if I overrun, okay? Warning, I'll try and keep timing. So basically what you see on the screen is how we describe our practice. You know? It comes from an original quote from Chinmayananda, which said, "Poise in action is yoga." Okay, I think it is a very substantive quote that he gave, and I've taken off from that concept and come to place context in the place of yoga. So it's for you to think through the rest of it. My association with Charles Correa goes back to, active association goes back to 1985. Even though I read an article he wrote in the 60s when I was a student of architecture. And at that time I was a big fan of Louis Mumford. So I was not very impressed by his article. But later, in 1985, when I started teaching in SPA, there was this competition for the IGNCA, first international competition, and I happened to work out the design framework and bring out the brochure for that competition. I think it was India's first proper international competition, and Charles Correa was an advisor and a juror for that project. So that's when I actually began to interact with him. And subsequently, through the years, I have met him in so many different forums. But finally, the most active part is when he was the chair of the Delhi Urban Art Commission. He was the first architect chairman. Before that, it was always the retired secretary who became the commission chairman. But Correa, they made an exemption in the case of Correa, and they made him the chairman for the first architect. And he had organized an exhibition in Delhi, and I happened to curate that exhibition. That time I was a member, before he came as chairman, I was a member of the DUAC, and I curated that exhibition. And subsequently, after his time got over in the DUAC, I had the privilege of sitting on that big chair as his successor, and I continued to interact with him. I also had the opportunity to be in a jury with him in Germany. So we traveled together and spent time in Germany doing the jury work. He and I were the Indian jurors, apart from a group of Germans. Anyway, to cut the story short, I am a very big admirer and fan of Correa for his brilliant mind and his immense design capability. I think he's perhaps the most gifted architect that we have in this country. Where do I point this? Oh, all right, thanks. Yeah. Okay, all right. It's okay, I think. Has it skipped one slide or what? Yes, we have skipped one slide. sorry, I will not read this because I've just told you quite a few things about him. And I will first present a kind of an overview of Correa's work as I read it. Okay? Everybody has different ways of reading the same story. So the way I read this story, in a very brief presentation, I'll show it you. And then subsequently, I'll show 3 projects that my own studio has done. Now, by no means am I trying to compare an elephant with a goat. Okay? I'm simply showing how, as I said, everything can be seen differently, how we saw it differently. Yeah? And part of that work is outside in the panels, but I'm not showing any of those things which are already in the panels. I'm not going to show you. I'll show you 3 other projects very quickly over. So this is Correa, and the man behind him is a Calcuttan. Okay, but it was taken in Germany. So my own surmise is that Correa actually organizes his work around these 4 basic principles. First thing is, there is a pergola which is pervasive in his work. Second thing is that he makes a very clear attempt to negotiate the sky. Third is that he earths his buildings. And the fourth is that the picture wall is a very important component in Correa's work. I mean, you're all familiar with it. These are very simple interpretations. And he deploys these 4 instruments in varying forms in all his almost all his projects. Changing direction for this is just a slight changer. Okay, this is a kind of stage changer. Oh, all those pictures are taken by me.
Can we control this for you? You can just tell us.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Okay.
can just tell us.
Next. All right. So basically some examples of how the pergola has been used in various locations. You can see also the city center is also there, in which he uses pergola very minimally. But in most other projects, he uses them very strongly. And it is there in every project that he does has the pergola in it. Next, please. You've gone back. So the confusion is just not mine. I think it belongs to the machine. Yeah, okay. So I think you skipped one slide. No. All right. Okay, go ahead. So basically the second thing is that he negotiates the sky very carefully. Yeah? He makes sure that the skyline of the building enters the sky and the sky enters the building. So it's never a flat finish rooftop. It's always a variation which I've called it, he choreographs the skyline to be able to dance with the sky. So that's, I think, is a very important aspect of his work. And these are all examples. I won't go into details because I'm short of time for it. Basically, you can see that he has a very animated skyline in almost every case. And that actually interfaces with the sky. And that's an important relationship in his buildings. Next one, please. More examples of it. This is basically the 2 examples which are quite rare in his work. First one is towards my side. You will see the Vidhan Sabha, which actually is a takeoff on the Sanchi Stupa, which is just next to Bhopal. And you can see the way the Sanchi Stupa in reality is located on top of a hill, and how he uses the profile of the dome exactly in that manner in the Vidhan Sabha project. So this is one of the rare examples of how Correa has made a departure from his modernist move to a more contextual kind of move. And interesting to note that it also happens in the 80s, early 80s, when postmodernism had just come into the fore. Anyway, it took them many years, 15 years or so to do it. So meanwhile, he also commenced work on the Jawahar Kala Kendra. And you can see how surprisingly similar the two sections are. One is Jawahar Kala Kendra and the other is the Vidhan Sabha. So they are almost as if he took this section and used it there. But his skill lies in the fact that the experience of going into these buildings are very, very different. They are extremely different because of the way he articulates the walls and the way he articulates the ground. Next one, please. I am moving over to another subject. Next one, please. Yeah, the next important aspect of his work is that he earths every building. They have a solid contact with the ground, and he handles the land profile in a very interesting manner, always using the land profile to become the profile of the floor of the building. In other words, they flow together, the floor and the landform. And the plan that you have is that of Kasturba Gandhi Samadhi in Pune. I don't know how many of you have seen it. If you haven't seen it, you've lost an opportunity, because it was done back in 1962 when he's just come back to practice in India. And it is the forerunner of the Vidhan Sabha. So interestingly, 20 years later, he uses same thematic content of dealing with the floor as in the Kasturba Memorial. Kasturba Memorial is near Pune, behind the Aga Khan Palace. And now, unfortunately, they have defaced it totally, so you'll never be able to experience it again. And you can see the section of the Vidhan Sabha, and that's very similar kind of modulation of spaces. You enter from an open court, enclosed court, through the building, under it, and then you emerge in a court where you have important components. And when you turn around, what do you see? You see the same thing. You see the truncated pyramid on top of both these buildings. But unfortunately, in the Kasturba Memorial, now they have removed the truncated pyramids, and they have made a flat concrete roof there. In fact, the Charles Correa Foundation is not even aware of the changes which have been made. I phoned and told them last week that these very significant changes have been made to the building. So the images that you see here is first one is of Jawahar Kala Kendra, which uses the same idea of the kund in the center. Next you see the Ayuka in Pune, which also has exactly same kind of a kund in the middle. And you also find your own very city center, you find that he has a simulation of a kund, which has now become a very interesting public space. I think this is one of the most successful public places where almost everybody is comfortable. No matter which class you belong to, you're comfortable in that center. I think that's one of the greatest successes of a public place, which Correa himself has designed. Next one, please. It's an image of him at the jury. He's a great storyteller, excellent conversationalist, and everybody was listening to him with rapt attention, even in that jury. He's very well-read, well-informed. He's very humorous, and he speaks with great diction. He's a master communicator, not just in his design, but also verbally. Next one, please. This is the last of the technique that he employs in almost every building. That is the technique of the picture wall. Most of these pictures are by me, except for the one in the museum, Crafts Museum in Delhi. They have altered that museum completely also in its field. What you see are Jawahar Kala Kendra, and what you see here on the side is the Indian Embassy in New York. There also, it's a very narrow plot, a tall building, but he uses the first few floors to generate this potential for a recessed picture window to be created there. Very similar to what he has done in British Council building, for instance. Next one, please. Now, the picture wall continues. He uses the idea of the picture wall in very many different ways. First two images you see are from Goa. I mean, the entire top line is from Goa. And the ones below on the two extremes are that of the British Council. And in the center, you have the Brain and Cognitive Sciences Center in MIT. The interesting thing about the MIT project is he uses the wall itself as the picture. He modulates the wall in such a way that that itself becomes an image. And no applied art is applied in that case, but it's a different way of mediating the wall and thereby changing your experience of the building. These are like some of the very interesting things he did. What you have on this extreme corner is actually the same theme which is inverted. In the case of British Council, it's like looking down. In the case of the Vidhan Sabha, it's looking up. And it's very similar recessed, large-scale recessed surface in which he animates it by a picture wall idea. I won't go into more discussions. We'll stop. Next one, please. So basically, one other important thing that he does in the plan, invariably, is that he circumscribes his building with an outside layer, like an outer skin, which in fact divides the inside and the outside quite drastically. He creates an altogether new context inside, and the outside context is kept out. In other words, he decontextualizes the building. He turns it into an object, like in classical modernism. You can then take that object to any place you want. And only the internal experience remains. So this is basically a way of looking at his work. You all have your own way of looking at it. We are all architects, professionals. We all think differently. We should think differently. And I'm sure you'll have your own view. This ends the Charles Correa bit, and then I move on to the projects done in our own office. I'd like to repeat that I am by no means comparing our work with his work. There's no comparison at all. I'm very well aware of it. We are all great fans of his work. But our departure points are different, and therefore our arrival points are also different. Yeah? So it is just to show more that difference in approach, how 2 or 3 or 4, however many projects as you have, that many ways of looking at it can be generated, because that's essentially the way we look at it. So we don't look at it like the classical modernist way, in which the purity of the idea can be taken across the globe. You can put it anywhere you like, and it create your own context. And the building also becomes the new context of the environment. So whereas our approach is absolutely upside down from that, we extract everything out of the context. Yeah. Next one, please. So one thing that I'd like to emphasize before I go ahead to show you the projects is that this is not just my work, okay? It's the work of a group of very bright people. I was lucky to get some of the finest people in my studio, not as designers, but as human beings also. Few of them are sitting in this hall. And I want to emphasize the fact that architecture as a product is a collective endeavor. It's a collective product of a group of people and not that of one individual, okay? We might, when the person is larger than life like Correa, we might attribute everything that happens in his studio to him. And he was also quite careful that he controlled everything, and he had a brilliant insight into what each one is capable of, and he extracted the best out of them and so on. But our work is that of co-production. And it's a variety of people. Next one, please. I have the mugshots of about 70 odd people who worked with me in the last 30 odd years. This is an incomplete set of mugshots. But the interesting thing is that there's a variety in the kind of people. So I've tried to express that by looking at people's faces and the colors and the form and their posturing to the outer world and so on, and in all its variety, because it's that lent variety to the work. And that variety, in my view, is the most important life-saving approach when it comes to subsistence of life, and the sustenance of time and life. That variety is very critical to our work, not the sameness. Like I demonstrated to you how Correa uses, a set of language in varying doses, and he of course elevates it to a very poetic level. We may not have been able to do that all the time, but what we attempt is that to express the genius of every person and bring that variety out into the character of the building. So that's what I quickly demonstrate to you in the next 3 projects. Next one, please. Could you please change? Yep, this is 3 projects which I'd like to show you. All of them happen to be from the south of India. That's just an accident, okay? Because I chose 4 buildings and I cut down one later when I was told that I have only 45 minutes and not 1 hour. So I have tried to reduce the number of projects. That was a cultural center in Madhya Pradesh. But instead I am showing you 3 of these projects, each of them carrying a different kind of value. So what I'd like to underline is that through the action of this group of people who worked together for the last 30, 40 years, all these people are not together in the same time in the studio. They are like the Navaratnas of Vikramaditya's court. They lived in different times, but we now count them together as 9 numbers. Yeah? So it's like that. They all worked and lived in different times, and they expressed things differently. And but the underlying value of the work, values that we hold in our work, actually comes out in the way they act. It's through action, not by what you're saying, that you develop your value. So it's that action of those people over a period of time with differing approaches to the context that gave the value base of the collective work that we have produced. Yeah? So I have chosen the projects in such a way that each of them exemplify one value or the other. First one is the Jawaharlal Nehru Junior College in Lakshadweep Islands. It was done way back in the 80s, 88 actually, which was driven by the quality of environment that there was in Lakshadweep. I'll come to the project in a short while. And then you have the Rajiv Gandhi Niyamagam, in which the politics of his memory is celebrated. Yeah. I had great difficulty in dealing with that project because I wasn't a big Rajiv Gandhi fan at that time, in the 80s when he was assassinated, in the 90s when he was assassinated. But then I had to overcome that within myself. So I read poetry and I read philosophy. I read nothing on architecture. It was a competition. It was a limited competition. And when we began to work on the competition, I started reading extensively in the morning, basically poetry and philosophy. And out of that emerged the detoxin that made me prepared mentally to work on that project. And then I also had a great person working with me at that time. I call him my guru actually now. Siddharth Mitra is his name. He's not here, he lives in Delhi. And he told me that if you cannot leave this baggage behind, we won't be able to do any positive work on this project. So that was a great advice which I received from one of the people who was working in my office. He was a student in SPA when I was teaching there. And then with that, we moved forward on that project. So how do you interpret the memory of a person with a detoxified mind is the demonstration of that project. And the final result is one of a very peaceful environment. If you happen to go there, you will experience it. Third one is a project which is not yet executed. It's a current project in the studio. Is a memorial for Justice Krishna Iyer, who was a revolutionary judge in the Supreme Court. And he was also the law minister of Kerala in the first Marxist government. So there's a memorial for him being created in Kochi. So that these are the three different approaches that I wanted to show you. There is the fourth project that is not shown. I'll do it another time when there's an opportunity. Is a cultural center in a place called Rewa in Madhya Pradesh, which is a largely tribal and Dalit district. And the approach to that whole project was very different from the way we approached the other schemes. Very context. In fact, once you start exploring the context, you cannot end up with the same solution. You cannot end up with the same language. Needs a different language, different approach to express it. Next one, please. So first I'll quickly show you the Jawaharlal Nehru Junior College in Lakshadweep. Next one, please. That's an image of one of the islands. That's the capital island, Kavaratti, as seen from a helicopter. I had the opportunity to go once with a helicopter there. And some fact sheets on what Lakshadweep is about. And I also have in red emphasized the fact that the extremely fragile physical environment of Lakshadweep Islands have generated the quality of a very delicate vernacular form. Yeah? So that's what has driven us also in that project. So it's driven by the fragility of the environment, the approach to work. And when I say environment, it's not just about the physical environment, it is also about the social environment. Yeah? Next one, please. So these are the 10 different ways in which the drivers of the project, how we reacted or responded to the fragility of the island's environment. I won't read it because it'll take me too much time if I read it. I'll first explain you that sketch. What you see there is a kind of schematic section of an island which is surrounded on one side by the ocean and the other side by the lagoon. Lagoon is a shallow 4-5 kilometer wide, shallow water body which has a very unique life of its own, unique marine life of its own, plus it also has the largest amount of coral reef on it. It's the coral reef which actually defines the lagoon differently. So, and the water that they use, the population uses, is actually from what is called a sweetwater lens, which is there below the surface of the ground. So in spite of being surrounded by saline water on either side, the island has a sweetwater lens from which they extract the water. So in these long islands, they take water from one end, then they run the pump from another end every day. It's an orchestrated extraction of water. Like this, they have to vary the extraction. If they do it from one point, salt water will ingress into the sweet water, and then the island will have to be abandoned. It cannot be occupied after that because you will not have drinking water. So it's a very delicate balance with which they manage water. So the use of water in construction was a key issue that we had to face. Yeah? And this is also for the first time they were creating a residential school, and they're not used to such large projects coming up in the island. They all have small huts, and people are scattered, they're fishermen and so on. Next one, please. So this is just about some fact sheet about the Lakshadweep Island, not numbers, but other facts, qualitative facts, which actually also drove our design decisions. Yeah? Most important thing to remember is that these are very old islands. Yeah? People are living and dying in that same island for years and years. Islands are not more than sometimes only half a kilometer wide and 10 kilometers long. So if you walk half a kilometer, you reach the lagoon from the seaside. So it's just that small, the place, and it has a very small population scattered across the islands. And the northern side always has more water than the southern side. I won't read the stuff because you can read it yourself. Next one, please. So these are a few images of the people because, as I said, the social environment is as important as the physical environment. Environment is not just about climate and water and heat and humidity and all that. It's also about people and how people have built their own lives around certain environments. So these are images at the bottom you have images of the people. They're mostly fishermen, and they are 99% Muslim, 99.99 Muslim. And places like Kashmir and all, people can't migrate into that place. So they remain as a pristine kind of population. And what you have on top is a dargah, image of a dargah. They borrow quite heavily from Kerala architecture also. And on this side, you have the image of the stone. It's a kind of very soft sandstone. You can cut it with a saw. And it's this sandstone which is used for construction. Now the sandstone is banned. Okay? Interestingly, the extraction of all local materials are banned because the scale of construction has superseded the capacity of the islands to carry that load. So they've banned the use of, so all materials had to be brought in from the mainland in ships and barges. Next one, please. So actually how that translated into building is a very interesting dimension. Basically the buildings are organized very randomly in land because they don't have plots. Okay? They have some rough idea as to who owns what. And their ancestors are buried in the same land. They are very scared of their own ancestors' spirits. So in the night they close all the windows and they sleep. When they sleep inside, they close all the windows. So it's a kind of an environment in which they have invested emotionally into the land. Land is very scarce because the islands are very small and you can't keep using them. So that drove the way we designed, and we had to do 2-story buildings, even though the island traditionally built only 1 story. In order to save land, because the school is a residential school and the requirements are large compared to any other buildings that they had originally in the island. So that's the kind of scattered plan we created with courtyards without any boundary lines. That is, buildings are organized randomly without compound walls, no roads, no paths, not even open jointed paths, in order to protect the contiguous nature of the land. So it's just like the islands, they are like scattered structures in the open land. Next one, please. Please change. Yeah, this is there are 2 basic clusters in which the place is organized. What you see here, the large court form, is a teaching block, which was the image that you see here. It was originally a single-storied leprosy sanatorium, and the PWD wanted to remove it and then reconstruct a new building there. But I was able to, since I came from Delhi, big place, I came with the minister flying in from the helicopter and all that, dropping from the sky. So I had some leeway over them, and I said, nothing doing, I'm not going to demolish the building. Because the most sustainable building is the existing building. Whatever you do is going to actually load up the place more. So it was so important to save the existing building, and so we salvaged the existing building and converted, in spite of the stigma that it was a leprosy sanatorium, converted that into the school and created a group of buildings using basically materials coming from Kerala. Of course, the transportation cost is very high, the fuel cost is very high, embodied energy is very high, but it's better than ruining the island. Yeah? So you have to make a choice between the 2 decisions. So we even brought lightweight concrete, precast concrete slabs from Pune by ship, and so that we save on sweet water for curing the concrete. So all slabs are made of that. So you don't spend sweet water. Because even by doing the building right there without thinking about the sweet water lens, we could have contaminated the island. And the island would have to be abandoned. There's no negotiation once it becomes saline. Next one, please. So these are a few images of the classroom blocks. We try to create an architecture which looked like it was always there. That was the driving factor of the final image, was that it should not look like it came from somewhere. It should look like the building was always there. So that's what we try to create. This shot is taken nearly 30 years after it was built. Yeah? So it's, they're maintaining it very well. This is a recent shot. Next one, please. And these are some of the an important characteristic which we try to incorporate is the idea of the transient spaces. That is the idea of the veranda. I know Anjan is here who runs a place called the Veranda. The veranda is actually a very evocative term. It's neither the inside nor the outside. It's a sheltered space. You are with nature. At the same time, you are not with nature. It's a very ambiguous, liminal kind of qualities it evokes. So that was an important component of this building, that we had these liminal spaces that define the closed room from the outdoor. Next one, please. That's an image of the main classroom and administration block. Sorry, the slide is a bit loud in its color because it's an old image. We try to salvage it. Next one, please. That's the end of one project. This is, how am I doing for time, Ashish? Yep, all right. Okay, the next one I'm going to show you is the Rajiv Gandhi Ninevakam, built in Sri Perumbudur, where he was assassinated. Now, as I told you, it was a very difficult decision for me when I was invited to participate in the competition. 5 people were invited, and I was one of them. When I was invited, it was very difficult for me to decide to do this or not to do this, because I was reading Indian Express every day, and Indian Express Arun Puri was going, hammer and tong on the front page every day against him. And I was somewhat biased and influenced by that. Not biased, perhaps rightly so. I don't know. I don't want to sit in judgment of that now. But however, that we were able to cross that our own threshold and go into the project, enter the context. So the first site visit that I made to the site, this image is from the first site visit. It is a pond in which, right in front of me, a frog had leapt into the pond. Yeah, it was just a village pond. It had like overgrown grass on all sides and so on, and there were frogs and fish inside. So that image evoked the idea of a poem which I had read from Basho. Basho is a 11th century Japanese poet. He wrote haiku poems, and I was reminded of that poem. And I realized the significance of what I just saw. The kind of waves it can create, the waves it created in my mind at that time, became the most important threshold for us as far as the project is concerned. That is to bring about the transparency in a place, in a site, bring about that luminous quality that there is, as well as to influence, send the waves outwards from being a place of memorial. So we conceptualized this as one part as active memorial and the other as a passive memorial. So this image is very significant image for me. I'm not just saying it like that. I have not invented it post-project. This is how it began. Yeah? So the first visit that we make to the site is not an analytic, you don't analyze the site. It's a communion between you and the site. So you can literally see the skyline of your building when you're standing in that raw, empty land. It's so important to connect with the site on that level so that you understand the qualities of the site and what it offers to you in terms of design opportunity. So this is very different from the way Correa had approached this one, as I have already explained. But it's a different way of approaching. I'm not saying that's a very clever way what he does. And he just allows the building and the land to flow together. But that's not how we use the site. We used it very differently. So this image was the takeoff point for that. Next one, please. So this is roughly the kind of context that we worked in. that little shed that you see was the place where he was assassinated. The red square that you see is the actual mud on which his blood was mixed. And the concept was that we don't build on that mud, that we turn that into the centerpiece of the whole project and don't build on it. And use the local building tradition and the qualities that you find in the local people, etc., as the driving factors for design. You can also see an image of Ramanuja, the mathematician, because mathematics is kind of running in the blood of the Tamil people. Yeah? That's why they are so good with now in the electronics field. They're doing so well. The Tamils and the Telugus have it running in their blood. So we realized that back in the early 90s that there is a genius for this kind of expression there. And that informed the way we devised the active part of the memorial. And here the other factor is that the Tamil desire for scale. They are a very collective kind of people. They emote collectively. You go to a DMK party meeting and you can see everybody cutting their thumbs and putting blood tilak on themselves. It's a very strong emotional connect that they have with ideas and people, and they hero worship people. So, and that expresses itself as scale. You can see the Tamil cinema posters are very famous. They overtake the whole city's imagery because they make them in really huge scale. So that sense of scale was an important factor which we would like to express in the so that it becomes socially acceptable imagery. And here's a quote, very interesting quote about architecture from a very well-known Sthapati called Ganapati Sthapati, who made this sculpture of Thiruvalluvar that you see here. It's like 41 meters tall, that sculpture, in stone, all built in stone, and it was done by him. He said, the universe is subject to a mathematical formula, and architecture is yet another manifestation of this formula. This is the formula on which all Vastu is rested, in the connectedness of the universe, and that every room is a microcosm of the universe. It's a long discourse, I won't enter there, but it's a very interesting factor, which then informed the way we looked at the materiality of the site. So we looked at the local architecture. Next one, please. We looked at the local architecture, and that gave us the whole construction system and methods. Yeah? This is the siting of the project, where in access you can see the Sri Perumbadur temple. That's a 11th century temple called Adikeshava Perumal. You can see the spire of that from the site. And interestingly for us, there was also a path which people had used to create a path. They were walking to the pond and creating that path exactly in that axis. So that became the main kind of locating principle for our. So we articulated the architecture of the space first, not of the objects. Then we scattered the objects in that space, in order not to violate that structure of space that exists. So in other words, the normal relationship that we find between space and form is actually inversed in this case. It's the space that generates the form. Yeah? So there are objects which are surrounded by space. So that was another important characteristic that emerged from understanding how the visuality of the site is structured. Next one, please. So this is the model which actually won us the competition. It was a fantastic exercise in co-production. On one side in the center you have the memorial spot where his head fell actually, which was preserved. The soil was preserved. And on your left you will see that huge triangular building which is a library building, and had the entire roof was sloped for solar panels. This was back in 91 because Rajiv Gandhi was very keen on preserving the environment. Whatever else you may attribute to him, he had a very positive attitude towards environment and technology. So these two factors became strong points in the way we defined the quality of the project. Next one, please. So, but that was the competition winning project. Then we found that the plan which the PWD had sent us was completely something else from what is there on the ground. They probably called the lowest quotation and awarded the work, and it got some kind of a pig instead of a cow, you know. So when we started measuring things, nothing was tallying, the site was not adding up, dimensions not adding up. We discovered it was a 12-acre site, that it's a totally different shape. And that shape doesn't fit the project that we won. So only thing you can do is to modify the project. Yeah? You cannot modify the site because it's a given site. So this is the final plan that emerged, but that axial view of the swan remained in the project. And an entire museum that I had created to celebrate technology and the camera, because Rajiv Gandhi was a very keen photographer, the camera and film technology, that whole thing went for a toss because it just wouldn't fit the site anymore, like the way we imagined it. You know? So that was based on the form of the traditional, kind of sarai, or what in Tamil is called satram, where people come and stay it's a reposeful space around a pond. So that was the theme we worked on, but that had to go for a toss, and that was replaced by this curved wall which carried the whole progression of India as seen by the Congress party, of course, from kind of rural culture to a kind of industrialized culture, Nehruvian view of what India's progress is. That was represented on that wall in using thematically the Arjuna's penance wall in Mahabalipuram and recreating it with contemporary artisanal work. I'll show you the results of that. And that little thing that you see, that small building called a facility center, is the only covered building. Everything else is open to sky. The monument is not covered. Yeah? It's open to sky because the original image of the frog that led to a luminous emptiness, but at the same time with ripples, defined by ripples, that informed the project to be without a roof. So the memorial is without a roof. Yeah? This was the only building. It's a facility center with a little office and toilets and so on. Things that you need in a public place. And we used a construction system where we used only stone and lime. There is no concrete, there's no cement in the entire project. It's only stone and lime. I'll show you more details of it. Next one, please. So here is the artisans at work. At one time, there were 300 odd artisans working on the site simultaneously at the same time. And this humble man in this white dhoti is the Sthapati who was their head, and he was also my structural designer. Yeah? Because the standard engineers, my apologies to the engineers in the hall, are not trained to deal with stone, lime, and timber, etc., etc. They only understand steel and concrete in most cases. So, and these people have methods of finding the strength, inner strength of a stone by knocking on it with a wooden hammer. So the sound, the resonance that comes out of that knock tells them whether the stone is fit for this kind of construction or that kind of construction. So selection of stone is a kind of intuitive process for them. It's not just intuitive, it's also experience-based knowledge and intuition at the same time. So he selected the type of stones, and every time they handled the stone, there was a puja also. Yeah, because it's also, the whole conceptualization is a kind of universal, stone as a material in the universe, and it's a free particle, and how whenever you deal with it, you say sorry to the environment from where you extracted it and so on. It's quite an interesting thing, even though we always look down upon it as superstition, and we tend to dismiss it. But coming to work with this man for a good 5 years or so on that site, taught me so many things about how to approach materials, how to approach artisans, how to approach the creation of what we call architecture through an artisanal process. So these are images of how the work carried on the site. There's only few images. There are many, many more. Next one, please. So this is finally the monument that came up without a roof. In my original design, these black things on top didn't exist. Okay, but it was not acceptable to the Tamil Nadu MPs. They said, what is this? This is very unspiritual. We don't make things which don't have a capital and a base. This is not spiritual. It's anti, what you can say is anti-sacred in its content and so on. So finally, it was decided that we'll put this thing, sculpture on top. A man called Ram Sutar, he is a very well-known sculptor in Delhi. He created these things in bronze. And they were mounted on top of these columns. The columns are 1.2 meters wide, in dia, and they are 15 meters high. They are not small, they are big in scale. That the Tamil idea of the scale was played on in this case. You can see the size of the human beings in comparison to these columns. But it doesn't have a roof. It's like between the sky and water, there is material. Next one, please. So these are some details of how these columns were carved. Originally, my columns were barren columns. They had no embellishment on it. They were contemporary forms in traditional technique of construction. But they were very keen that it should represent something or the other. So it was given these patterns. These are traditional patterns from the 5th century Gupta period sculptures, representing water. Yamuna, Ganga, all the 7 rivers of India is represented differently as patterns because of their character, and that is what is reflected here. It was done by an artist called A. Ramachandran, who actually gave us sketches, and some really skilled people in my office spread this on the floor and made it in full scale. When you cover the entire the circular circumference of the column with a pattern, the pattern must sit wholly. So it was created by them. I can see that Ashish is inching closer and closer, so I'll be fast. All right. So, sorry Ashish. So these are some of the landscape work that was done. Originally was done by Dr. Prelin Singh, but subsequently was taken over by Shahir. And some of the ponds were closed, unfortunately, in this condition. Because the Congress party saw it as a space where they could have large gatherings. And some of the Vidhayaks might have fallen into the pond if they had the ponds around. So they wanted it closed. So finally it was a great 10 years of struggling with your own ideas and 10 other people's opinions. It's a public project, So do you stand on your own ego, or you stand to represent what the collective group is actually wanting to see executed? So, and is that a communicable thing to the local people, or it's not communicable? That's a very important part of any public art. What does it say to the people? It's important that it speaks to people. And they found these columns that I had designed, which are just plain columns, totally boring and without nothing to say. They're not saying anything to them. So finally all these things were done, and this is the pathway through which that line that you see, the second white line you see, is the axis in which the Shikara is visible, and that became the axis to approach the project, the actual site. Next one, please. I'll move very quickly. This is the original path which he walked, and he was assassinated in the spot where you see this stone. His head was found in that location. That was marked and kept, and that's the path which he walked. So that's demarcated, but notionally, not as a path which people take, because of course again the Tamil Nadu MPs wanted the entry from the east. They didn't want the other entry. So it had to be taken around and brought in access from the east. So that's the detail of how that center was treated without touching the soil. In my original scheme, the soil was exposed to the sky. But then we have a group of artists. There was a man called Sanjay Bhattacharya who also worked with us on this. So there were 3 prominent artists who worked on the scheme. One is A. Ramachandran, who did all the models and the bas-relief detail. And the other was Ram Sutar, who built the metalwork. And the third was Sanjay Bhattacharya, who did all these, all these things that you find, these petals that are scattered are actually stone. So these are Agra artisans who were brought in to do the stonework. Was not part of my original scheme, but I lived with it. So, and this one is in the reverse. From you walk towards a bas-relief. I'll show you details of it. Next one, please. So that's the bas-relief that was created. It's 6 meters high and about 40 meters wide. Yeah? And it retains a raised land on the other side. Originally, this is the place where my museum had stood. So it became like an outdoor museum of the progress of India, represented by a contemporary, drawn by a contemporary artist and executed by traditional artists. So it's an unbelievable sculpture, which the talent for which still exists in the Tamil people. They can still make those Chola bronzes that you saw, from the original Tanjavur bronzes. They can still create that. Same thing they can do even now. They have it in them. Yeah? So it's a very untapped resource. So I was fortunate that we could actually tap that resource, give so many of them employment, and get them to do a public project which then becomes an asset to the entire people. So that's that bas-relief. Next one, please. So this is a close-up of how it's even difficult to draw something like this, and they've done it in stone. The project took 10 years, okay? It means a lot of patience and big holes in your pocket. I still have those holes. But they executed a miraculous work in quality. Yeah? This is only one section of this one. It continues for that all 40 meters. Next one, please. So that's a kind of swing of that stone that you see, which carries. So people, before they exit, they come through this. And then they exit into the facility center, and then they go out. Next one, please. I'll be faster now, because I have one more small project to show. Yeah, go on, please. This is just that facility center's images. Everything is done in stone, contemporary language, no embellishments, but traditional construction technique. No cement, no steel, nothing. No, even slabs are in stone. Yeah, and the thickness of the slab was determined by the Sthapati. Yeah, he came to the idea it should be 10 inches thick to be able to carry 12 feet span. So be it. He even designed the semicircular beams in the structure. Next one, please. There's no engineer to calculate whether this stone can carry this curve and carry the load on top of it. He did the calculation. And it's now 25 years old. It's in good shape even now. Yeah? These are relatively newer pictures. Next one, please. So this is when you go out of the place, this is what you experience. Next one, please. When you look back at the scheme, this is what you see. Yeah? There's one of those old ponds which are not so unfortunate to have been closed by a landscape architect, remained, and it's now a very beautiful space. Light hits it in a very beautiful way. Next one, please. So that's the last of that scheme. Do I have time to show one small project more? 5 minutes, okay, all right. I'll be very fast. This is a memorial for Justice Krishna Iyer. It's still on the drawing board. This is the newest project. I wanted to put this in even though it's not built, because it's a contemporary new project that we are working with. Next one, please. Well, I won't read it. I was personally very close to him. When I was studying urban design, he was my local guardian, because that time he was a Supreme Court judge. And I used to spend my weekends in his house. I was very close to him. almost like a third son. He has two sons. I was like the third son for the family. But now I had the opportunity to design a memorial for him in Kochi. Yeah. Next one, please. So these are the three factors which actually helped us define what would be the character of the monument. First thing is that there's an acute sense of social justice. Krishna Iyer, as you know, was the first law minister who brought in the land legislation in Kerala, which changed Kerala's society. All the, the reading room movement, land reforms, these are the foundations on which the current Kerala society, which is now everybody looks up to it as completely literate and kind of progressive in their outlook, efficiently managed, and all that is rooted in things which that first government did, in my view. And he was a key part of that first government as the law minister. Yeah, then there's equanimity in the legal system, making the highest judicial institutions accessible to the powerless. That was something which he was committed to. Yeah? There's cases when there's case against a man urinating in a public place was arrested, and he was taken to court, and Justice Krishna Iyer asked the municipality, where is the nearest public toilet? They couldn't show one. So they said, so you must go to jail for this, not this man, because you didn't provide it. That was the kind of approach which he had. It's always a pro-people approach. Then he was also a very bold and iconoclastic interpretation of law. That's what he did, and informed by compassion. It was his judgment in Allahabad High Court which led to the declaration of emergency by Indira Gandhi. It was he who actually said that her election is invalid. He was the judge. So he was a man who didn't mince words, and he wasn't scared of any institution. So the memorial was designed as an inclusive public space, accessible to pedestrians, children, and the physically challenged. And we used this image of him to become his sculpture. Next one, please. So that's how the site was. That's how the site is located, next to the High Court. Yeah. It's very well connected with public transport. That little green patch, triangular green patch you see is the site. Next one, please. This is how the site was created. Okay. Actually, it was a very badly designed intersection, traffic intersection, using a humongous area of land. You can see the lines of the traffic. The green strip that you see was salvaged out of the traffic intersection. So the land didn't exist. Yeah? And it's completely publicly owned land. We were able to take out 870 square meters of land out of that intersection alone by redesigning the intersection, and demonstrated to the municipality that they'll make a more efficient intersection with this land coming free to the municipality. They don't pay for it because it's their land. Yeah? It's completely free public land and can now become an asset as a memorial. So next one, please. So that's how the whole place is configured. You have a legend here. I won't go through it because I don't have the time. Yeah, next one, please. So this is how you find, this is the kind of land that you are able to take out. And in our design, in the center, there is that little ensemble of art, which is a bronze sculpture of Justice Krishna Iyer sitting at a desk. The important thing is that he is sitting at the desk. He is not standing, because when a sculpture of a person is in standing position, it automatically accrues a kind of power. Yeah? So when you make him sit at your own level, and also that you can sit across it on a stool if you want, you can sit and kind of be in communication with him, even though he is a bronze, then the power is taken out of that whole sculpture. So the idea that he was an accessible judge was celebrated by making him sit on the ground and be in a conversational mode rather than standing like this with great power, which was normally how we would approach a memorial sculpture. So that's the whole scheme. Go on, please. This is a detail of the scheme, and these are all the images, the the components that went into the design of this, small things which, when it is together, becomes a very potent public experience. So the idea is that we bring in small things which are connected to his persona, as well as connected to the area, and then celebrate it as a set of program, then use that to design the contents. The next one, please. So this is how it is viewed at the ground level. From the road, it has no compound walls. It's just anyone can walk through. Children can go there. Vagabonds can go there. Drunks can go there. Everybody should be able to access it, because we don't realize that those vagabonds and the drunks have been wronged by society. That's why they are in the condition that they are in. Nobody is born as a child. Nobody is a vagabond. Nobody is a drunkard. Society makes them drunkards. I think that's the lesson which he brought in through his judgments. So next one, please. So this is another view of it. There are quite a few things. And there are characteristics of the sculpture, etc. is described here. I won't read it. Next one, please. So the more views of it. So you create a public space out of a traffic intersection, which is vehicle free and is pedestrian and physically challenged friendly. So that's the whole idea of converting that into a free public asset for the municipality. Next one, please. So this is also shows another view of it from the other side. Of course, it's accessible because everything is through ramps, no steps to even stepped places are all accessible through ramps. Next one, please. That's an existing building, what you walk through. Existing building of the Lawyers Advocates Association. There's a coffee house there inside, Indian coffee house. Yeah, our good old Indian coffee house, which I think led the 60s revolution in Calcutta. They have a branch of this. So in that vein, that coffee house and the adjoining land was seen as the third space in the city, where people would come and drink coffee and generate dissent. That's a very important part of democracy, is to generate dissent. Yeah? So a coffee house space will be appended to this because it's a adjacent function. And then the open ground and the open field between the two things will turn that into the third space, which will generate dissentful public opinion. That's why the coffee house in Delhi was closed and demolished during the emergency, because it was a place of dissent. So that's the history of these coffee houses are like that, because somehow they carry that in their gene. So that was celebrated here by the use of it. So these are all just views. The red rose garden is because he was very fond of the red rose. I don't know if it has anything to do with his socialist views or not, but he was always fond of it. Whenever I try to photograph him, he'll pick up a red rose in his hand, because he wanted to be seen with the red rose. Yeah? So there is a lot of things which have gone into it from my personal experience of having known the man for almost all of my life. Yeah? And there are various views. As it moves on, it becomes night views. So that is what we have been able to salvage from a traffic intersection. I think it's something which the municipality also appreciated, that we were able to do this at a no-cost land, 875 square meters of space in a very expensive, very important location in the heart of the city. That's next to the High Court, at the entrance of the High Court, free of cost to the local municipality. So this was the scheme. It's yet to be built. It's under negotiation with governments and smart city mission, and all kinds of people are involved. So I'll just have to lie down and wait. Thank you. That's the 3 projects. Thank you, Ashish, for giving me the extra time to speak. Thank you, and my apologies for taking more time than I was allotted. Thank you, and I thank Ambuja Neotia for inviting me here, and all of you for being here. Thank you once and for all. Thank you.
I would request Professor Sonia Gupta to please come on stage and introduce architect Anjalendran. You've been all waiting to hear him, so let's speed things up, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Ashish. It's such a pleasure and delight to stand before you here this evening after 2 years of our lives have been completely wiped out. Respected dignitaries, seniors, and my dear friends, I'm really deeply honored to introduce to you Architect C. Anjalendran. Architect Anjalendran did his architectural BSc in Sri Lanka and completed his postgraduate diploma and a research master's in space syntax at University College London. Returning to Sri Lanka, he next practiced architecture of his mother's veranda, a very omnipresent space this evening, but simultaneously did errands of apprenticeship for the Grand Master of Sri Lankan contemporary architecture, Geoffrey Bawa. This was for 10 years, for no fee, following the Guru Shishya system of learning in Asia. He learned by watching the master resolve the dilemmas encountered by modern life and architecture. Surrounded by circumstances of war, following his natural inclinations, he embarked on projects which were utilitarian, but still retained an aesthetic appeal, perhaps better described as an architecture for everyday life. This is perhaps best exemplified by his veranda office, which is folded away each evening, as well as his mode of conveyance, a Bajaj three-wheeler, which has been stylishly upgraded. For over 14 years, Anjalendran did work for SOS Kinderdorf International, providing care for orphan and destitute children. This work has received international recognition and demonstrates its ability to provide both stability and tranquility through effective organization of space. Anjalendran has exhibited and presented his work as well as his writings on the contemporary architecture of Sri Lanka internationally. His work has been published as Anjalendran, Architect of Sri Lanka by David Robson, Tuttle, Singapore, in 2009. More recently, in August 2015, the Architectural Heritage of Sri Lanka, measured drawings from the Anjalendran studio by David Robson, was published by Lawrence King. Arthro magazine has just published an issue on featuring his recent work, Architecture of Anjalendran. Architect Anjalendran has also been an academic, and he spends his spare time traveling throughout the world looking at architecture and gardens. And if I may have your permission, may I also say that Architect Anjalendran must be surrounded by music when he works, and he is also an accomplished dancer. Architect Anjalendran, the stage is all yours to tell us the story of your life and works.
No, I will control it. No, okay, fine. That's possible. Okay, thank you. Good evening. I would like to thank everybody who managed to get me here, and I'd like to thank you all for being here. This is just to show that the way we look at things in Sri Lanka is about everyday things, not monuments. And this is one of my favorite images. Sorry, okay, I've just done the wrong thing. Okay. Can I go? Can I go back? Okay, never mind. You can see that. Okay. Generally, we are interested in small things, and when I went back to Sri Lanka in 1977, there was no literature on the contemporary architecture or the traditional architecture of Sri Lanka. So we had a lady called Barbara Sansoni who just died a month ago, who has a shop called Barefoot. She began to collect old buildings, and I helped to put this first book in about 1997, after about 15 years of work, of the traditional architecture of Sri Lanka. Next, okay. This is my type of architecture, where you get a little building perched on a rock. It's a rest pavilion. It's called an ambalama, stunningly overlooking a landscape. And as I said, there are very few places in the world. I mean, everyone says buildings should relate to landscape and nature. But in Sri Lanka, we have a tradition of where buildings are an integral part of nature. You know, they don't relate to one another, right? So this building is a part of that nature. I'll show you some images. The next. That's that. You can see it's perched on a rock to keep out damp and termites, right? You can put a sari or a sarong, then you have privacy, and you can cook in the middle. It's on the way to a pilgrimage. So there are pilgrims' rest pavilions. Next. And you can see that you can't imagine this without this landscape. The landscape becomes perfect because of the building. So here we have a tradition, and that tradition continues right up to things like Jeffrey Bawa's garden called the Lunuganga, where I lived for 10 years. Okay, next. So this is a thing of a paradise celestial water garden in a temple painting. Okay, next. And this is one of my favorite ancient, called Kaludiya Pokuna, black water pond, because it's surrounded out. You enter here, there's a stupa here, there's a double platform here and a library underneath. And to be ordained for the monks, you have to be surrounded by water, so they do it in the shape of a boat. So you get this, the Sinhalese had this amazing representational attitude, and though everyone thinks that it's only the Greeks and all who understood visual illusion, the Sinhalese absolutely had it at the same time. Next. So this is Kaludiya Pokuna, where you go up the path. Next. You can see. Next. So this is the ship, and that is the boulders opening up like a lotus. But you can see this man-made line accentuate what is natural. Next. And you can see in this photograph, that is a man, you know, the boulders, that's a man-made, and the monk completes the picture. So you get this perfection of all things living, and what's man-made and natural, an integral part of what is going on. Next. So these are other pictures of it. Next. You can see that this is a library, and that's a double platform. That's a meditating method of the Buddhists. Next. That's an actual picture of it. Next. And you get this representation that there's water flowing through it, but that's all. And you can see man-made rock integrated to the natural rock. So this is a part of our living traditions, which I begin to observe and understand to influence my work. Next. So you can see here also, you know, that's just imaginary understanding of a stream flowing through. That doesn't really happen. Next. So this is again another picture. Next. And you can see there's boulders coming as a retaining wall, and this is 3rd century BC Brahmi inscriptions, you know, throughout South India, and you can see the monk completes the picture, and that's a cave temple. Next is one of my favorite it's called Sasarua. Next. And here also you get Tampita Viharas, which is raised on the ground to keep a dam, but it also means that the tooth relic could or the image house was there. But again, you can see that when you have a roof like this, it is a little heavy, but clay birds are put on the ridge tile to make it an illusion of floating. Next. Next. Okay, so that is me with my class visiting that thing. Next. So my work, because I had done the Barbara Sansoni Ronald Lucock book, I started collecting buildings, and that was published 8 years ago. It has been sold out, and they have just republished it. Next. And I mean, I was also fascinated, but this is one of the temples in India, in Kerala. Things you can hold in your palm. So I have about 3 measured drawings of buildings in 3 things. There was this little temple in Kerala, and you know, by the time I presented my work in Kerala, all the temples, the big ones, had neon lights, plastic flowers. It's a sort of thing when you begin to understand things are going into decay. So the neighbor said, no, you wait. The priest will come in half an hour. And sure enough, the priest comes in a little motorbike, bare-bodied, wearing his varshti, and he actually brings actual oil and diyas and fresh flowers. So I'm just fascinated by this type of small, beautiful buildings. So I get it recorded from Sri Lanka. Next. So we get that. But this is a digital drawing. I mean, I managed to get some students. So you enter here. You get a veranda there. Again, it's blank. It's very much like a Sri Lankan building. But it's almost perfect and intact, you know. But the sad thing is, it'll very soon disappear. And like Barbara, my thing is that if I love a building, at least what I can do is to try and record it. And there are millions of these buildings in India, but unfortunately, I can't find a record of it, you know. I wish I lived here, but then I would have gone mad because I would have had to record these things with no funding. Next. So that's me with my mentor, Jeffrey Baba. And it's better to say the sort of things that influenced me. That is to say that he was a non-talkative person. He never really wanted to make major statements on architecture. You know, most architects, including me, have very clear views of how architecture should be. He never spoke about it. We only find a very general 2-page statement he made in his whole life on architecture, and only one interview in Bangladesh. But his architecture, unlike everything he was taught, I mean, he was taught at the AA, was a receding architecture. That is to say that the architecture shouldn't jump in your face. That is not the way architecture is done or taught in the world. So it should be, for Jeffrey Baba, architecture should be quiet. It should be a tranquil space. It's a space in which you should be able to meditate. And the things that influence him, I mean, essentially his first degree was in English. He did English tripos, that is, he got first classes in the first year, second year, third year. But a lot of his friends took him to see house and gardens in England, France, and Italy. And he actually, before he actually came back and started doing his own garden called Lunugaga. Then his cousin came and said, you're going to run out of money. Why don't you go and formally train yourself? Then you can enjoy your life using other people's money. And that's precisely what he did. He went back to the AA, got himself trained. But because he had started doing his own garden, and he had seen our own heritage, though he never admitted it, he had very clear views of a very quiet architecture, you know. Okay, next. So I was he was first known to the public because of this white book done by Mima, and I helped him. I mean, he had 2 friends called Jean and Christoph from England who put this book together, and I was a local counterpart. So he generally approved. I mean, Jeffrey did things in a very curious manner. I mean, he never did everything by himself. He was very good at getting other people to do his bidding, right? And so he went up and down from England to meet Jean and Christopher May, and we communicated, and this wonderful book came together, you know, I mean, I think Mima also did their first book on Charles Correa, but after this, they did a revised book on Charles Correa too. Next. So this is my office, curiously enough. So every day they fold it, but now I have 2 more people who work on the other side. Next. That is my dining room, which is this is my favorite contractor who has worked with me for about 32 years. That's my engineer, who eventually became Jeffrey Bauer's engineer too. And that is me, and this is the sort of, we don't have any formalities. It's a very open house. It's completely this thing, and everybody knows what's going on. You know, I mean, that's very simple. There's nothing called, yeah, except there's probably going to be some Indian music at the background. Next. So that is my vehicle. And that's my little dog called Kalu. He's 9 years old now. That's my domestic, Kumar, who has also been with me for 30 years. And I built, you will see, I think I'm showing it. He has built his house. I built him a house next door to mine. Next. So I also taught architecture, about contemporary architecture. I control half the course about design, drawing, and so on. And the technical things are done differently, half the course. But that was done on Saturdays, but Fridays and Tuesdays I did. And I did a thing called experiencing architecture. I took all my students. I mean, I think that even Jeffrey would say that the only way you can learn architecture is not in a square room, by going to see things. So we spent half our class was looking at buildings, right? Next. So this is, I'm starting with my SOS Children's Village. SOS is very well known. It's very well known in India. Generally, children belong to an orphanage. In SOS, children belong to a person called a mother. And a mother brings 10 to 12 children in a house. So if it's a family, they think 10 houses make a village. And to integrate into the neighborhood, they have schools, kindergartens, mothers. So this is the one is the goal. And I'm pleased to say that SOS themselves admit that out of about 600 villages they have done in the world, that this is probably the most beautiful. Next. So here, that's a road. This is the office building. That's a garage. That's for the maintenance officer, and this is the senior co-worker, which is the village director. Then you come here. That's a kindergarten, or you can go to the village, which has rocks. So the buildings were integrated into the rocks, and because we had no money to build this, we did it. This link is done within a grove of Aralia trees, frangipani trees, which is there. Next. So that is the entrance. So you can see that the vista goes to meet the pavilion. And at that pavilion, I use the rest pavilion in a contemporary way to this thing. Now, we use concrete rafters because we wanted to be ecologically friendly. And we use a stone that where the granite meets the earth and is thrown by the quarry. The only thing is that it's slightly moist, so that you have to pest control it and have it under eaves. So that seemed easy enough. These buildings, given any other project with generators and all, these projects came cheaper than that. Next. Furniture, all that. So this is the office building. That's a computer center. That's where the village director sits. That's a medical center. That's a mother's club. Next. So that is, but this is to do with children. Whether you paint it white or black or color, costs the same. So I started beginning to use color with the help of Barbara Sansoni, who is an expert authority on color. But you can see we salvage old doors and windows because it gives character to the building. Okay? And it's cheaper. It's probably half the price of a new door and window. It's just that I think the difference between a good building and a bad building is in a good building, which is happy building, you have to spend more time doing it, you know. Next. So you can see, now that's an old column, colored cement, these tiles inset. Next. That is the avenue of trees with a rest pavilion at the end. Next. So that's a, and so you can see that it is not separated from nature or demands attention. It's a part of nature. Next. So that is one of the family houses. I'll show you the plan. SOS is very clear that if a house is more than 1,400 square feet, the mother can't maintain it, but if it's less than 1,400 square feet, you can't put 10 people in it. Next. So here you have a double height space, 4 bedrooms with the toilets in between and the kitchen. I think in the whole of Asia, I actually put the kitchen in the front because then the mother can supervise the children playing in the common spaces. Okay, next. So, and in typical Jeffrey Bawa tradition, drawings are done after the buildings are finished. Next. So these are, each building was colored separately to give it its own character. Next. You can see the colorful rafters which can span large, that's an outer kitchen so that dogs can't get in. Next. Each house has old doors and an old box. Next. But this is based, now we go to the Barefoot, the fabric house, and says we don't want 54-inch cloth. Can you please give us 36-inch but put a design input? So the sponsors of this house gave flowers to do a wall hanging. So the house becomes personalized, and each house is different because it's painted differently. Next. So you can see the detailing. This is traditional Sinhalese detailing also. Okay, so though it may be contemporary spaces and all, traditional detailing is incorporated so that they are not alien to the people using it. Next. So this is a box window where the children could read a book, sleep, and it becomes additional space. Next. So you can see the mother working in the outer kitchen. Next. So this is the aunt's quarters, so that in case a mother is ill, an aunt takes over for the day. And you begin to understand detailing. That is to say that if I brought this thing, this is a 2-story building, this is a single-story building meeting a 2-story building, but it's set back so the eave hits it, otherwise it will jump out. So it's a very also looking at detailing from old buildings and learning from it. Next. So this is the, you can see you go there and that's a vista. Right? These are the aunt's rooms. That's a community dining. Next. So you can see that this is the aunt's room. That's what I said, that if you set it back, the roof just goes and hits it there, and there's guest quarters upstairs. Okay, these are the aunt's rooms. Next. So you can see that the plaza, central plaza, has rocks, and the guest veranda overlooks the central plaza. Next. So this is the senior co-worker house, which has a 2-bedroom with a kitchen again overlooking here. Next. And again, the same idiom. Next. So here from the central plaza, again you go down, so there's a pavilion, but all these rocks are become a part of the building. Next. Another view. Next. So that is from the pavilion looking back at the central plaza, and you can see the rocks being incorporated in. We didn't change any, we didn't move rocks. We put the building with the rock. Next. So that is with a tree growing in the same pavilion. Next. So this is a roofscape. Next. Yeah. So next. They're going down, and this was built during our 30-year war. Not 30-year war, the southern insurgency. I used to go to the site past dead bodies burning on tiles. So then I used to take a little pleasure painting a wall a different color. And these used to be 3 rupees, which is probably 1 Indian rupee. in Sri Lanka, which nobody was buying at that time. So I incorporated in the parts. Next. We have Portuguese Sinhalese decorations in the wall murals of temples. So I use these as a source of inspirations for the children's play frames. Next. So this is a play frame. Next. That is the kindergartens, which also double up as youth holiday camps. There are the toilets outside and a kitchen. And this is a bo tree under which the Buddha retained enlightenment 2,500 years ago. And the children tell their prayer each night, each evening there. And if it rains, they go into the veranda and tell the prayers there. Next. So this is the ambience. Next. Yeah. Next. So, I think that is what it's all about, not about, great philosophies of architecture, but doing buildings which are for people and children and so on. Next. So this is my, this thing in Piliyandala. I didn't do the Piliyandala village, it was done by an Indian. So here I'm doing the youth village, and I just want to show you how we use color. Most theories of color is about very restrained, and most Western people who profess theories of color have never managed to demonstrate it. But here Barbara Sansoni did this color. The sort of difference is now, one of the differences between, Jeffrey Bauer, when he was asked, he used to ask Ina asked, what colors would you like me to use? Jeffrey would always say, you can use any color you like as long as it's black, white or gray. But I was never afraid of color, right? Barbara is never afraid of color, and she was delighted that I asked to do color. So come and see what, this building though, Jeffrey and I never did similar things, but he was always a guest in my building, first guest, and I was also always a first guest in his buildings. Next. So this is, I found an old cast iron archway, and that goes, you can see you can actually, though it's a diagonal building, you can see into the first courtyard. Next. So this is to show I had done a pavilion so that there's a foreground for the background of the school. Next. So that is the foreground. The school is on the other side. It's mirror reflected. And we, instead of using pinnacles, which shows a religious building, we use birds on pinnacles, which domesticates it. Next. So this is Barbara Sansoni doing color. That's Barbara Sansoni, and that's actually Chanada Aswat and Anoma Piris. That's supposed to be me in a shorts. Next. So here she takes you through the building with a sunbeam. The first courtyard is full of yellow. You can see these purple columns recede, go back, the reds advance. These murals are done by an art master because, SOS doesn't have money for artists. Next. So you will find that here is the first courtyard, and it takes you to the second courtyard. And I remember wheeling Jeffrey into this building in 1989. Next. And that is what you see, that you get columns from ultramarine to lime green, courtyards of shades of red, orange and yellow. And when I took Jeffrey into this building, he said, get away. And he laughed and laughed and laughed. And I think he did enjoy it. Next. So you could see that these show that this, if you go this way, it contracts. If you go this way, it expands. That shows a clear understanding of color. Color is not red, blue, and white. And in this, any clothes can fit in. Otherwise it looks odd. When you do structured color, things look odd with day-to-day life. So this is the sort of thing that it doesn't use any money, but it gives life to a building. And that is the sort of knowledge and it's just based on normal things. It's not high philosophy, but it hopefully leads to good results. Next. So that's a shrine room. We managed to get that from a junkyard. Next. So you can see these are portal frames with concrete rafters. Next. And then we added old doors and windows. Next. So these are murals painted by the art master, City Seno, who had studied under a great artist. With the youth, they painted these large murals. Next. So Ina De Silva did this for laminated dining tablecloth. She is a Batiste artist who was also very, very close to Jeffrey. Next. And what I think this is what we try to, or I was trying to achieve, and if you go to any Buddhist temple complex, not Hindu, I'm a Tamil Hindu, is that Buddhist spaces are always tranquil. If you want to, the spatial organization creates a tranquility. And I think in circumstances of war, that is what one tries to achieve, a sense of tranquility. Or something that is recessive, goes into the background, and allow lives to happen. Next. So I was then asked by SOS that whether I could do a farm project for the youth on two conditions: that I can't charge a fee, and the youth must build the buildings. So these are very, very down-to-earth cheap buildings. Next. So this is, we first built a cattle shed. Then I found this magnificent tree here. So we built a senior co-worker building there. The youth built their own house here. And this is the community thing where the youth participated in camps and so on. And this is the office building, right? Next. So you can see this magnificent tree ties the whole project together. Next. So, I mean, I can draw like this. This is one of my drawings. It is a cattle shed. It was done for 10,000 rupees, which is something like 2,500 Indian rupees. Okay. Next. And so how do you make it exciting? You give the cow a window to look at the view. You know what I mean? So this is the sort of things we had to do to make a exciting building with 2,500 rupees. But of course it was built by the youth. Next. So then the youth also did this was ordered, but they painted it in a sunburst. So this is a sort of exercise that one does with almost no money. Next. So these two people only did that door. Next. So you can see that is a magnificent tree which ties the whole site together. And these two columns frame it. Next. So this is from the office going up to that. Next. So this is from the veranda of the community center looking back at the landscape. Next. You can see the tree trunk and the two is framed by the two old columns. Next. This is a kitchen, community center kitchen. Next. And there's a tree growing through that, which is already there. Next. So it is a youth planning the, the water harvest and so on, doing the landscape. Okay, next. So this is the ambience, the final ambience. Next. So that is the piggery and hen house. Next. Next. That's the pigs, and you give a weather vane to make it a little exciting. Next. So this is the youth building their own building, right? And how do you make that exciting? Next. Their director was a close friend of mine. They use earth, nearby earth, with chemifix and salt. Salt to see that it doesn't, it's an anti-fungi, and chemifix to bond. And they use 6 earth tones to paint their building. Okay, next. So that shows you a detail of that. Directed by the village director who lives next door. Next. So this is to also show that you can deal with, this is a factory project, but the 2 young men who came to ask me to do the project said, we want you to do a happy working environment. Okay, so that was fine. Their father was not very happy about this, but anyway, So it is a very unusual fabric. It was a jewelry making factory, so it had to be a inverted, meaning you couldn't see things from outside. It had to give pleasure within it. So you enter here, there's a security thing here. There are not many cars because most of them come in bicycles. You go down to the canteen and public toilets and sleeping if you needed to sleep, but there's a lift here and you go up next. So it's an inverted spiral. So from the road you see very little, but here these are double height spaces from which supervision can happen. And up I had to do a terrace because flat roofs don't work without a tile roof in Sri Lanka. Okay, next. So that is, a model was done, rather rarely. You can see that it is an inverted spiral which is also a garden, which it makes a pleasant working environment. Next. So that is the entrance. Next. So that is going inside. Jeffrey came for the opening of this too. Next. So that's a canteen. Next. So that picture summarizes. Now that is my understanding of a factory. It is, factories are not like this. But they wanted a fire escape, so the fire escape was outside. But you can see that each thing is a terrace overlooking the other terrace. That's what I mean by an inverted spiral, so that it was completely secure from the outside, but it was completely also joyous inside. Next. So this is another detail of the inverted spiral. Next. Another view from the upper terrace. Next. That's next. You can see because they have a height restriction, we have to put the air conditioning within the beam. That's another detail. Next. Right. Next. So then I was asked by somebody it's in 20 perches, I don't know how, it's 500 square meters, which had a large banyan tree to build a house. I had built 2 other projects for them. So you enter, this is the garage, you enter here, but you see 2 other trees. So there were 3 trees on the site, which I preserved. Okay, I cut 2 branches of the banyan tree. So you enter here, this is the living dining space, and we are 30 feet above the neighbor. So you borrowed their landscape, so you're 30 feet above the neighbor, and there's a bedroom ground floor. This is the pantry, service veranda, this, and there's a domestic room and a toilet there. Next. Next. Yeah, yeah. No, go back one. So here, when you go onto the upper floor, you have a large family room with a tree growing through that. There's a master bedroom and toilet. And the guest room I put here because if you draw the curtain, you can see the tree. So all the main rooms are related to the tree, which is in one corner of the site. Next. So that's the tree growing up to a veranda upstairs. Next. So you can see that is a neighbor's tree, but we are above the this thing, and that's a garage, and these are this cassia tree, living dining. Next. So that is from the road, because that's a neighbor. If you go, you can't, the building almost disappears. Next. So you can see that is the building. In this whole, that's the, banyan tree, and that is the building, and that's a neighbor's tree. Next. So that's the entrance. Next. That is through the entrance you could see the cassia tree. Next. That is the pool of water, and that is the tree belonging to the neighbor at the bottom. Next. That's a bubble, and that's a banyan tree growing. Next. Banyan tree growing with a bubble fountain here. Next. The banyan tree growing like that. Next. That's a pantry looking into the dining area. Next. There's the other cassia tree growing through the roof. Next. Next. That's from the toilet, the master bedroom toilet looking into the toilet of the guest room up on the opposite side of the courtyard. Next. That's another detail. Next. That is from the toilet looking at the banyan tree, upper toilet. Next. Then looking into the pool downstairs with fish. Next. So you can, as you grow, the tree grows over the thing, and I had to just cut 2 branches here. We did a maquette, we did a life-size frame of the house before we decided to go ahead with it. Next. So that is the view, and the owner was a pilot. His grandchildren come and play Tarzan here. Next. And that's a veranda. So one of the problems you get with 3-story buildings is that how can you enjoy other people's thing without being obstructed by their water tanks. Next. So this is the neighbor's tree which I borrowed. Next. So that is a water tank, but you don't really see it. Next. So that is a diya. It actually comes from India. Next. So I suddenly get a call from somebody saying, so-and-so is going to come from Hong Kong on Sunday morning. Can you keep yourself free? So I said, I'm very sorry. I don't work on Sundays. I go swimming with my friends. So he said, so anyway, he thought I was very rude, which probably I was. And so this guy who headed the Ogilvy and Mather for the whole of Pan-Pacific, actually on Saturday went to see a beauty parade of 7 architects, all whom he didn't quite feel. And then this gentleman said, there's a very rude, obnoxious architect called Anjalendran. I don't think you'll want to meet him. And he said, no, sounds interesting. Can you organize for me to go and see him before I fly tomorrow night? So my engineer, those days there was no expressways, goes to see his mother, widowed mother, because they had an estate. But those days it used to take 5 hours to go and 5 hours to come back because there's no expressway. Now you can do it in 2 hours both ways. So I said, I can't meet you because he was coming as an entourage. I didn't want to meet him alone. So he came and he then fell in love with my house. So I interviewed him and I said, I can't do style, I can't do this, I can't do that, and this, that, and that. So that was fine. So he said he wanted me to build a house for him. So he agreed to go. So this is the road. There's a railway station. And it goes up and it had a magnificent views of sunset and a magnificent views of hills. So it had also 2 bends. So I had actually done a project. I actually designed that. All the others, I have done this project over about 16 years. There are 2 bends and we did a shrine here. It is in a cinnamon estate, okay? Cinnamon is unique to Sri Lanka. Most people who think there's a little bit grown in Kerala, but most people who think cassia in the Western world, what is really thought to be cinnamon is a plant called cassia, which has none of the subtleties of cinnamon. So Miles was a historian, so he quickly picked this up, and so we did a visitor center here, the manager's quarters here, and the agricultural, laborers' quarters here. So there was a range of buildings to decide, which are very, very exciting because in my life I've only done one commercial building, which is a departmental store in a place called Sucker in Karachi. Next. So this is, I can draw like this. I can't draw anything better. So I actually did it so that when you come up, you see a sunset. You had a informal living, formal living, dining. He wanted a screen, but we agreed. Then this is the pantry thing, and there was 2 bedrooms here, and the master bedroom here, and this was a view of mountains. So he had a study and a master bedroom. Now, when he said, let's have a drink, he's an Englishman, so he said, let's have a drink before dinner. So I said, look, I've got a proposal. So we did this because I said I wanted to go and see the site in the night also and at dawn. So when we went to the site at night, it was lovely because you saw fireflies here. And at dawn, you saw the sunrise here. And this building was set out, and this was built exactly as I had designed it. I felt really bad because going back, I told Miles, I've been rather rude. I haven't asked you what your brief is. He said, no, you just build what you have shown me. I'll be very happy with it. So I think it's very good to train your clients to do what you want rather than you doing what the clients wants. Next. So this is, I proposed an art gallery at the bottom, accessible by the two ends. Next. So as usual, this is a drawing done. You can see there's no changes except I did a pavilion here. So your perception of the land, from here, the pavilion is on your left. So when you're outer dining, the pavilion is on your right. So your perception, the pavilion changes your perception as to where you are. Next. So you can see it's on top of a hill, and the pavilion anchors the building. A lot of people wonder what ties the building down, and in this building, it is a pavilion which happened intuitively after the initial design. Next. So this is the main entrance. You can see that these are granite slabs. Granite is still worked in Sri Lanka. These are all material available in Sri Lanka. Next. So you can see that's a pavilion, and you see the sea. But see, when you come here, next, that is your cross view. So these are not, this is me now beginning to do an architecture which is minimal, but which respects the view. And I think that is how architecture should be, not the building. Everyone thinks that architecture is a building. And I very soon, I actually am beginning to start understanding that architecture is something that should be invisible. Next. So this is, you go there again, next. This is a sculpture done by Lucky Senanayaka, which wasn't a wall, but which my client accepted finally, which could be a divider between the lounge and the dining. Next. That is it in the night. Each of these we got, these were done by a potter. The throat was done by a Swiss designer, and that was done by somebody else. But the client and I collaborated with this. This is not only mine, we bought everything together. And it was great fun. So this is called the Enchanted Forest, and I'm afraid to say that Lucky died a year ago too. These are the people who surrounded Bava. There were three people, Ina de Silva, Barbara Sansoni, Lucky Senanayaka, and they were integral to all the work that Jeffrey did. And I seem to be the last people they seem to have interacted with. Next. These are old Dutch doors. They're about 300-400 years. That's a German designer called Klaus. Next. That is Klaus's sculptures. Next. That is sunset with the pavilion. Next. That is the pavilion again. Next. So that is the sunset hitting the veranda. Next. This is a sculpture using disused car parts called the Flying Horse in the gallery below. Next. This is being exhibited at Museum of Modern Art, Sri Lanka, done with bottle top saying friends, local friends. Next. This is with the war, army guy going into the wall. Next. This is a bedroom. This is by a lady called Drewinka, who studied at Shantiniketan. Next. So these are, you must know that generally in Sri Lanka it's sensible to build with verandas on either end. Depending on the monsoon, your room is safeguarded. The monsoon only hits here. Next. So that's a view and the landscape. Next. So we sometimes have one peacock, sometimes 7. Next. Next. So this is a visitor center. Next. That is it's a courtyard building. We wanted the domestics to live here, but I think it was so good, the views, that they decided to make it a upgraded thing. And at that time, things like villas were coming in. So we had a demonstration kitchen, a cinnamon museum, and a dining room there. But there are 4 rooms below, this is a phoenix representing the death of, he builds his pyre out of cinnamon sticks, and out of which a new phoenix comes. Next. So here I designed the lamp, which is based on the Vesak lantern, under which, where they celebrate Vesak with the birth, death, and the enlightenment of the Buddha. But again, something was missing, but these tie the spaces together again. Next. So it was also very difficult. This is a plan. They finally said that when the main building is rented out, because Miles only comes very rarely, they wanted another extra pool. And this is a very difficult exercise because cinnamon is done on steeply sloping sites which you can't use for anything else. So next. So this is what I mean, Jeffrey Barber excels in a thing called place making, where buildings, as I said, become a part of nature. So this is a pool, and you can see that there's a drop of about 25 feet. Next. So that is the pool, a perspective. You come down here. Next. And that is the pool. Next. So these are these slightly difficult but not impossible. Next. So you can see there's an infinity, but it blends into the landscape. Earlier you could see the sea, but not anymore. Next. And very simply detailed. It doesn't demand attention. It is meant to become invisible. Next. Yes, next. So this is the cinnamon peelers. So suddenly you wanted to build a building with the cinnamon peelers because all other casts ignore the cinnamon peelers are right down the bottom of the list. So no other caste would go to use the same toilet, cohabit or eat with them. So this got a World Architecture Award, and so this is where they peel the cinnamon, and this is where they live. Next. So you can see it is that cinnamon is done with, this is laterite, that is cut earth. Next. So this is cement blocks with glass in the middle. Next. That is the cinnamon peelers. You dry the cinnamon, they cut the cinnamon, they do quills, they dry the cinnamon, and then they package it and send it. Next. So these are old doors and windows bought very cheaply. Next. Right, next. So that's laterite, just cement painted walls, not painted, plastered walls. Next. So this is known as Anjalendran detailing to add some luster to the staircases. Next. Each of those tiles are 1 rupee. Sri Lankan rupees is probably 2.5 Indian cents. So these are, you can see it frames the tree. Now that's what it's all about. It's not this that matters, it's a frame that matters. Next. So this is the laborers' houses, which is 100,000, yes, 125,000 Indian rupees. It has a 2-bedroom room. The boys sleep in the outer veranda. The girls sleep in with the female children here. That's again kitchen I put so that they can all control the central court. There's a storeroom because I think the poorer person you build, a storeroom becomes more important. There's an outer toilet because toilets then don't become an interior smell which may be smelly. Next. So this is it. Again, I mean I told you the price of this. It was 125,000 Indian rupees. Next. So here, these are the atmosphere you can say of it. Next. Next. This is the kitchen where she can control, if one mother is there, she can control the children playing. Next. These are the built-in beds, that is to study or watch television, and there are cupboards. Next. Next. And the cinnamon peelers build in this goddess Pathini, she is the goddess of the anklet. In South India, she is known as Kannagi. So this is a Pathini shrine, right, at one of the bends as a vista. Next. So this is Pathini. Next, that's a Patini shrine. Next, at the other bend, I got my students to come and they designed this, which Miles gave a prize for, the architects, whatever he was paying. And then we developed the drawings. Next, yeah. We do a maquette, actual size maquette. Next. And that is the actual sculpture, right? That's my main contractor talking with me. Next. So then, curiously, you must know that everybody says, oh, very nice, you're doing these nice buildings. It's very romantic and so on and so on, but you can't do a departmental store. You can't do commercial buildings, so, you get slightly irritated. So I go to a place called Sakkar, which is 800 kilometers north of Karachi, and it has these wonderful bridges and wonderful tile works from Mughal times. So this gentleman got up one day and said he was going to go to the best architects in Karachi. He went and met 3. He couldn't meet any of the architects. He had a 4th one in mind, but by that time he gave up. So what he did was, he went to one place, he met the administrator, and the administrator said, how big is your land? So he said, my land is 20 perches. 20 perches in Pakistan is small land. A house, a general house in Pakistan is 30,000 square feet, right? You must know that 5% of the gross national 95% of the gross national product in the Pakistan is in the hands of 5% of the population, right? 95% of the people are poor. That's what it means, So then they said 8 hours journey, 20 purchases of land, we can't do it. So he got that answer from 3 architects. So he said, okay, let me try this guy. And I said, no, I'll be delighted. Can you send me some pictures of your land, 360 degrees. So this is what he sent. Next. Absolutely next door to the site was these 2 Mughal monuments. One was a tower and the other was a pleasure pavilion. Now, how can anyone resist? Most people are asking, what is the size of the land? How much are you building? How much money can I make? I would have done, I almost did it for nothing. We didn't discuss it. He has promised me a trip wherever I want to go, but we haven't done that yet. But you found this slap bang next to the site. So you had a vista. You had a ready-made vista in an urban site. Okay, next. So I had done a design like this, but that got deleted by the council. I created a corner by which I could frame the view. So that's my client. He's called Amir Gauri. There they have contractor engineers. Next. So that is my building. It's a departmental store. These are double screens so that now for 2 years he couldn't afford air conditioning, but the people use the building because the hot air comes and goes up through an atrium. And that is, I think, the relationship of the building to the old Mughal monuments. Who gets an opportunity like this? Next. So this is the thing. That is where the view is. That's the atrium. This is a departmental store. There's a water harvesting below because it doesn't get too much rain. So all the hot air dissipates there. And these are the double screens by which there's storeroom there, but there are double screens here, right, which cools the building. Next. So that is again the relationship of the building to the monument. And no one can build here because it's a part of the archaeological conservation zone. Next. So this is the double screen. Very simple. These are industrial perforations. Next. That's the atrium. Then I thought something is wrong to tie it together. Next. Okay, these are the views. And next. So I got somebody to design a chandelier, or mobile, if you like, of copper birds, which then ties all the buildings together. Next. Next. So yeah, anyway, this is a joke, but anyway. Next. So, what am I proposing? I'm proposing in the tradition of Baba, I mean, Baba never made any announcements of architecture, that one should actually do a sort of invisible architecture. It's not a tradition which demands attention. Okay? So, I'm showing you some of that. Next. So here I'm getting, this is a building with a C. That is a street expansion line. So here's the living, dining, and a bedroom looking at the sea, and there's another wall here, and that's a staff quarters because they are doctors, right? Next. So this is the drawing. Next. Next. That's the reality. It's very much like the drawing. It's a single-story building in the beginning. It's underplayed. I can show you it against the buildings next door. You hardly notice it. Next. That is the entrance. The bedroom is here. The living, dining is here. Next. So that's a kitchen at the end with a veranda dining. Next. That's a garage screen, and that's the entrance you come looking at from. All these are traditional details. Next. But that is your view. You know, why do you need architecture? The most important thing is the view, right, which can be shut. It's a different way because they have to always shut because you get, what do you call, drug addicts walking the beach. Next. So for me, this is architecture, where it's a architecture almost is irrelevant to the main building. Okay? It is a respect of what you see and nature. Next. So that is the view again. That is a veranda. There's a upper veranda. Next. So that's the upper veranda. There's a planter so that I do a double colonnade so you can extend because there's a monsoon coming in. Next. And that is your view from the upstairs. I don't think it was important to do the building in gold. Next. So you're not going to believe that is my building, that is a school, and that's a church. You can't, it doesn't jump. Next. So this is another building on a tea estate. You enter here. This is a service area with a generator, and you go up and you see the whole countryside. Next. So this is a building. There's a veranda here. There's a living, dining here. That's a pantry here. These are bedrooms. And that's a pavilion to create a foreground with this thing. And there's a car park there too. Next. So that's a peacock, which, I mean, this is a project, you know, this is in the south of Sri Lanka, which has the shrine of Kataragama, which is Skanda, or the second son of Shiva. And I have a soft spot. I normally, if I try to say no, but if peacock intervenes, I generally say yes. Next. So that is going up with a copper handrail. Next. And that is your view. You know, so you don't emphasize on the building, you frame the view. Okay? Next. So you can see these are other notions of a view. Next. Right? I got a stone lion, which I also have, but from the entrance you can see it. Next. That is me at a site visit, but you know, I think that is what is important. You know, the landscape. Next. I'm not creating the landscape or the view. It's there. I'm just respecting it. So this is the courtyard. We have a copper urn to put flowers. Next. Yeah. Then I have a client who is a member of parliament, and suddenly, because they won, so from 8 constituents a day, he suddenly has 200 constituents a day. So you need to provide toilets. So I do a building where the men can go this way and the females can go that way, and that's the interior, and they can also sit in a seat outside. Next. But what I have done is, you can have a shower there. People can walk, but they are walking on a lower level. But from this area, you have views of a river and a landscape. So you can see here, you can go like this, right, to the toilet. There's a river, right, and it's a completely open toilet, but that is your view from the toilet. You see, this notion that everything precious and all should be given to rich people is not important. I think everybody has a right. This double standards, rich people get one sort of architecture, poor people get another sort of architecture, is not necessary. So this is, if you shower, you have this stunning view of a river, private view of a river and that sort of landscape beyond. Next. Then I actually did his building, because again a peacock sort of came into the way, and so it's at a lower level, but you go upstairs because that is where the garden is. And there's a sliver of a courtyard, because you have to do inverted prisons, meaning you can't kill a person where everything outside is solid. Next. So this is a plan. You enter here. You can park things here. You go up, and there's a courtyard with trees. There's a living dining. And there are only 2 bedrooms, and he has an office. And there's a kitchen, and his security quarters are there. Next. So that's another. You can see there's a drawing of a peacock. That's a lower level. Next. So that is you going up. Next. So that is your entrance. The Buddhist shrine is twisted to the east. Next. So that's a Buddhist shrine. We bought an old painting, temple painting. So that is his shrine room, facing east, next. And you can see we have mixed concrete and old timber columns. That is the veranda is granite, and we grew it is only a slit to bring light and ventilation. Next. That is around the central courtyard. Next. Next. Yeah, so that's another view. Next. Another view. Next. So that is his living dining. I mean, the party he belongs to has green as his motto, and we bought paintings together. Next. And what is amazing is the day it was open, you get different people. The family sits in the first veranda, the police sit in the last veranda, and people in between sit in the formal living room. Next. Yeah, so this is the atmosphere. Next. Yeah, that's a dining, formal living room. Next. 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 That is his office room. Right, next. That is his bedroom. But you must see that it's floating in the sky, so you borrow the landscape. Next. That's his toilet, view from his toilet, You actually, here you don't shower here, you're actually showering outside, looking at that view. And I think that is what life is all about. A lot of people, I don't know what they are building for, but here we build, or at least I build, and at least I have learned that Jeffrey built, for the enjoyment of life and the pleasure of life. Next. And the difference may be that my clients are poor. I mean, they are not rich, they are ordinary people. Jeffrey's clients were not. So that is the view you get. So that I have to learn to borrow things so that the buildings itself are not very expensive. Next. So that's a guest room. That faces a veranda, and that's a courtyard. Next. That's a guest room, toilet. And they're completely open. Next. So that's an old piece in the veranda. Next. So this, my domestic had served me 30 years. So I decided that, I had extra money, that I will buy some land next door and build him a house. And it's a good thing. He married his cousin, and he now has adopted two of her brother's children, and her mother who's not very well, and so on. So I thought, okay, damn it. The problem is that again, whenever I do things, one of the lessons you learn from SOS, I can live in an SOS house. And I have. I'm not doing charity. Now with Kuma, he's more of a brother to me than most of my relations. And I give him exactly what I can have. Right? So this is his house. Next. So you enter here, you have a courtyard. Here, I gave him 2 flats because maybe one day when I'm gone, I'm 70 now, then he can rent one and get an income. So here's I gave him my old Bajaj. So here's a living, dining, kitchen, toilet, bedroom, looking into courtyards. Similar thing, but you get above the garage an additional bedroom upstairs. There. So this is a very simple house, but it costs same per square foot as mine. Next, and done by the same contractor. Next. So there's a courtyard in the middle. So that's your view. Next. So that is your entrance view. That's Kalu again. And the staircase goes there. Next. So that's Katragam Skanda. Next. So that's from the courtyard looking at the entrance. Next. So that's his living, dining, right? Pantry. Next. And he actually has genuine antique cupboards and all, perhaps more expensive than the ones I have. I prefer simpler ones, but he gets elaborate ones. Next. That is Kuma. And these are all our genuine paintings. It's not less costly. Next. So that's his toilet. No different from mine. Next. That's from the garage. Next. So now we go upstairs. Next. That's his terrace with this thing. Next. That is the view from his terrace. Next. That is the upper room, which I have now, I use it as a library. So this is our dining room and the kitchen. The kitchen is not used. Next. That's a living room, upper living room. Next. So these are all this, the odd thing is now I decide to give the house to him, so the lawyer has to sign. So he comes sheepishly and says, "Sir," that's how they talk. You have life interest. So I said, "No, Kumar, I'm giving it to you. After you move in, you want to kick me out and not come and work for me, that's perfectly fine. But you have been with me for 30 years. You're like my brother. I don't think you'll do this. But if you do it, I don't mind. But these conditions, the modern life is about conditions. I have never signed a contract in my whole life. I've been working for 40 years. And that is another way of doing things, is that you begin to trust people. And those are those values which are important, not contracts. And because one of the great things about no contract is nobody can sue you because you have not signed anything. But anyway, but it's a different approach to life. Okay? I think I know contract, but you can override it. You must know that now in my father's life, people did large contracts with a shake of a hand, not a document. Their subordinates might have done documents later on, but they never did documents. Next. So that's one of my fascinating things. Next. So this, you're not going to believe, this sculpture cost 400,000 Indian rupees, but it is Kumar's. It's done by, he died, called Tisarana Singha. I took a year to pay for it. But everything here belongs to Kumar. Okay? Now I'm not very sure how many people will do that. There's this amazing thing called double standards. Next. Yeah, so this is one bedroom, the upper bedroom. Next. That is a toilet for that bedroom. Next. So that's a view. You can look at the courtyard from that bedroom. Next. This is the other bedroom. Again, that's with Skanda, which I took a long time to do. Next. That's in the garage, and that's a painting by Lakshmi Senanayaka. Next. Yeah, next. So this is the last thing I'm going to show you. I think I'm well in time. I was asked 2018 whether I would do a cancer hospice. because that's the sort of thing I would like. Of course, the lady is rather orthodox. So I actually follows the profile. It's a rural 100-bed cancer hospital. So you will find that there are wards, but they are open wards. There are no private rooms and all. It's a government hospital. So here, but the odd thing is that there's about 16 types of toilets. You know, I mean, they haven't got over it. In Singapore, one toilet is used by everybody. You know, cleaners, everybody. But here, they still have a hierarchy. So what I do is I do a double screen. You know, double screen here, which gives more shade, in which I can put the air conditioners and an additional toilet if necessary, right? So there's the building follows the periphery of the site. There's a courtyard to give cross ventilation. We have a grill on the outside so that even if the windows are open, nobody can come in through the outside. It's lockable. There are 3 access. There's the soil treatment plant, and this is the ancillary building. It's going to be inaugurated on the 8th. Otherwise, I would have stayed longer in India. Next, so that's the upper floor. It's very similar. I mean, you can see it's a little clearer the format. Next, and that is the section. Next. That's the entrance. These are photographs taken about a month or two ago. You can possibly say, you can see a courtyard. That's a train going on. And this is a double screen into which I put air conditioners or whatever, occasional toilet, storeroom and so on. Next. So you can see that this is a soil treatment plant. I'm doing a security hut there. Next. That's a courtyard. Okay, that's the entrance. Next. So now people can't, the thing is, I think that if, like I use color SOS, I mean, we don't have things like radiotherapy. We only have chemotherapy. And these are rural folks who show cancer when it's too late. Okay? So the only thing you can do is not give them a peaceful, to give them a happy environment in which to spend the last days of their life, you know. And that is what I try to do, you know. So it's a little funny. I can tell you another story when we go a little further next. So this is the colors which I did, this shades. Then in a public building you have to worry whether, you know, if you do one sort of color, whether the opposite political party objects. So then you put both colors, then they can't object to anything. Next. So yes, now these light fittings were designed by me. Next. That is the courtyard. I mean, no, very little maintenance. And I did enamel roofs. Next. So that is my contractor and me with this courtyard. Next. And then I actually decided to have a mural at the far wall. So now this is now this lady, poor lady, Orthodox Tamil lady, and I have now bowled over with color, and she's not very sure whether I know what I'm doing. But luckily, Dr. Siyambalapitiya, who's the oncologist in charge of this hospital, he said, "No, madam, I have painted my house using his book, so that's fine." So at that point, everybody sort of keeps a little quiet. So I said, "I want a colorful mural." So then I said, "No, don't worry about it. I'll pay for it." Because I think that's one of the easy ways out. If you say you will pay for it, I was hoping she will say this. Then I get a message to say, you know, this is a donation done in her name and her husband's name. She would like to go to heaven alone with her husband. So meaning she doesn't want anyone else to partake of the merit by paying for something of the building. Then I think it took her about 6 months to think about it, and then she came and said, "No, you have been, you know, I'm very happy with what has happened. You have permission to pay for the artist, and you can also come with us to heaven." So that's fine. Next. So okay, next. So this is an artist called Chamika, who also I helped when he was in a bad way because he had a heart attack and he had stents put in. He lost his job, but I've given him work for the last 3-4 years. He has a little baby. but I think an incredible artist. Next. So he manages, and this is almost complete. And I've been allowed to pay for it, but I'm now dying to get 3 more murals done, so I have to negotiate. Next. No, don't worry, next. This is for Tipu Sultan's Palace in Bangalore. Next is one of my favorite buildings. Next. Okay, so I would like to end this very quickly. What is my attitude towards, I wouldn't say architecture, life, but because my life is an integral part of architecture, my favorite quotation, I'm just taking extracts, from a poem by Jacques Brel, his French from 1968. I wish you endless dreams and the furious desire to make some of them come true. I wish you passions. I wish you silences. I wish you to be yourself, proud of it and happy, because happiness is our destiny. Thank you very much.
Can Professor K.T. Ravindran also come on stage? Would like to give you some mementos before we close this.
Was that okay? But I do that all the time, so don't worry.
Can I also request Mr. Neotia to please come to the stage so he can hand over the mementos to them? Just step. Vijay, if you could come and take the stage and vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Anjalandan. Thank you, Mr. Ravindran. Thanks to Mr. Neotia. And thank you everybody here who have been very patient, and I think we had an excellent evening with some wonderful insight into architecture. Thanks so much for coming and being with us in this occasion, and wish you all a very good night. Thank you.